Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Oh. Well, yesterday we started about 25 minutes late. We're making up for it. We're only like 10 minutes late, so we're doing much better. 15, but who's counting? Okay. Well, welcome to day 2 of our workshop. It's been very successful. Nice to see everybody again. We missed the live workshops that we've had, so this has been great. And the facilities are fantastic, the hospitality, really grateful for that. All right, let's open up in prayer, and then we'll start our meeting. Heavenly Father, we're grateful for your love to us. Without hope in you, God, we'd be in despair, but we're so thankful you love us, you care for us, you sent Jesus Christ to die on the cross for our sins, and we can live for you. We pray that for this rest of the day here that we'll have encouragement from the speakers and we'll become better leaders in what we do. And then we just pray for mercies for traveling, for those that would travel the distance to go back to their homes, that you'll grant that. And we give you thanks for all that you do for us in Jesus' name. Amen. Well, just if you get the state of the affairs of FCCPSA, we're doing very well. We have approximately 90 member schools, and about 45 of those are accredited, and we're grateful for that. That's for you guys. And then we have a preschool division. We have about 110 child care facilities that we accredit religious exempt, and we have about 20 gold seal. So we're doing very well. And for the division for the child care facilities, we're the second largest religious exempt accredited agency in the state of Florida. So God's given us favor with DCF, and we're grateful for that growth. But we're doing well. We're grateful for it. It's because of you all is what makes us successful. And the fact that you're willing to learn and you want to become better administrators, that's fantastic. So we're grateful. The only other thing I'm going to talk about for the next 3 hours would be, we're going to be handing out, we meaning Jim and anybody else, handing out administrators workshop survey. One per school. We'd like to complete that, and how would they turn it in, Jim? Jim, I thought you could hear me. Oh. How would they return these?
They're going to turn them in. At the end of the day, you cannot leave without turning this in. Last year, we actually do online and fill it out, and like 2 schools did. So,
and thank you, 2 schools.
Can't leave without giving them something.
Excuse me. And while these are passing out, the third thing we want you to do is something we're adopting this year, would be like for you to email us your annual database survey that needs to be completed. That's one of the requirements we're doing for all accredited schools and those that are in the process of accreditation. You'll probably get an email later on to remind you to email the annual database survey to us. Okay. Believe it or not, we had a few years ago, we had a school that was going to go through accreditation. They never had an annual database survey. And they said, what is that? And we were shocked. So we just want you to complete that. And I'm just doing filler talk until Jim finishes all the handing out the surveys. Little music? No, we're not going to do that. Okay. So moving on with our agenda, we're going to have Michael Phillips going to give a presentation, and we're grateful for his input, his legislative interest, and it'll be right along the theme we're covering today. So Michael, do you need a microphone?
Probably not.
Okay, here you go.
Good morning, everybody. I'm sure that Joe already prayed, but I was out of the room. And so I'm going to go ahead and pray again, if he already had, but it doesn't really matter to me. You matter to me, Joe. You matter to me. Let me go ahead and pray. Father, I am so grateful for your goodness, for your kindness to us. We are grateful that it is your kindness and patience towards us that has granted us repentance. Father, we are particularly grateful that you don't merely sympathize with those things that are happening around us, but that you're actively engaged in them, that you can hear our prayers, that you can answer our prayers, that, Father, you are working in and through the situations of this world. And, Father, we're reminded that in you we move, we breathe, we have our very existence in you, that for from you, through you, and to you are all things, to the praise of your glory. And despite the hardships that we often face as administrators, as people who are seeking to serve the families that you've graciously entrusted into our care, God, it brings us a lot of comfort to know that you care too, and that you are active. Father, I pray that as we talk about legislation this morning, specifically as we engage conversations pertaining to the funding of the scholarships, that your name would be honored, that we would be able to rest secure, knowing that all things really do work together for good, even though it's very sometimes dark and hard to see. God, I am grateful for each one of these administrators. God, I ask that over yesterday and today, we would be motivated and encouraged to go back and to serve our families well, that we would recognize that this is a mission and that you've entrusted into our care something big for the sake of your kingdom and for the glory of your name. And God, we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. Let me go ahead and say, I probably don't need a microphone, but I'm going to go ahead and have it anyway. I have been slotted about 20, 30 minutes. Normally, I take every bit of that 20, 30 minutes as we go through various legislative issues. However, given yesterday and the conversations that I've had with so many of you, I think what's probably most important for you is to hear from my friend Steve, who's going to be coming and talking about funding issues. I know that many of us are facing funding issues from the change in scholarship programs, and we have a lot of questions, and I think it's important that we get as many of those questions answered as we possibly can, and then even know where some of the questions that we don't quite have answers to, that we know where that is as well. Okay? And so we're going to take a little bit more time in that. I'm only going to spend probably a few minutes discussing just a handful of legislative issues. Jim and I are going to be, Jim's actually already started, I should say, putting together a spreadsheet of some of those legislative issues. We will go ahead and email those out to all of our schools. Hopefully you got our funding update about 2 or 3 weeks ago. In your email. If you didn't, we can provide that funding update for you, but we will go ahead and email out that spreadsheet with other legislative issues that are going on. And Jim, we're going to be able to post also the legislative stuff on our website. That way you at least have accessibility to it. There is a lot that has been going on. Quite frankly, most of you know that when I'm standing up here, I'm typically talking about things like security issues, scholarship issues, dual enrollment issues, sports issues. I'm going to do about a 30-second flyby, okay? 30-second flyby, and then we're going to jump into HB1 and what's been going on. But before we do that, let me just make a couple of comments about HB1 that you may not be aware of, because most of you probably don't read the legislation. Which is okay. You depend on organizations like ours to help you navigate through. We get that. But let me encourage you nonetheless, because I know you're super busy. I know it's super hard. Sometimes it's really important just to continually read through those legislative issues, even as a school or the head of a school. Because while we have certain line item changes in various laws that we're already participating in, we sometimes forget what's actually in those laws, and we stop doing certain things that we should be doing. So that's just an encouragement, because a lot of times when I get up here, I'm just talking about this is what's changed, this is what's changed, this is what's going on, and we slip into a mindset that says, I don't have to worry about those other things too. So just read it if you can. If you do have questions, I want to encourage you to call me, email me, call Jim. Jim's got more time than I do. Call me, call Jim, email Jim, and we'll try to get to you as quickly as we can, but we want to go ahead and make all that information accessible to you. Just a couple of points about HB1 before we talk about the issues that are surrounding it. Something that I know has been discussed with a handful of schools, but I don't know if all of our schools are aware that in HB1 were also obligations that were placed for both the school and the parents. Many of our schools are already doing this because we encourage you to do this when it comes to our site visits. But one of the things that HB1 wants is they want parents and the schools, either the principal or the principal's designee, is to sit down with the school and discuss the school's academic programs, policies, specialized services, code of conduct, attendance, and so forth and so on. I know that we do this initially when we sit down with prospective families, but this needs to be a regular part of what you're doing. If you're taking scholarships, it's expected that you do it. I'm also going to say, if you're an accredited member of the FCCPSA, we are also expecting you to do it. We want our families to be in the loop. We want our families to know exactly what we're doing, what services that we're providing and offering. And if you're taking these scholarships, the state wants you to do it too. It's not really a request. It's actually something that is in statute. So here's what I'm going ahead and telling you. If you're not doing it, you need to start doing it. If you are doing it, keep doing it, because this is what we expect as both an accreditation agency and it's what the scholarships are asking. And it's actually written within legislation. So please make sure that you are actively engaging your families pertaining to your programs, the things that you offer, your code of conduct, and all of that. Does that make sense? And again, that was one of the reasons why I said what I said earlier. Sometimes it's a good reminder to read through the things that we're already agreeing with so that we don't forget what we've already said we're going to do and not do that thing which we've committed ourselves to be doing. It was very poetic almost. All right, so again, that's very, very important, and I wanted to go and point that out. I also want to go ahead and talk about the Florida tax credit just a little bit. One of the things that in the legislative that they opened up is this person, this thing, this concept called a choice navigator. Again, choice navigation is not necessary, but it's providing opportunities for your schools to contact somebody that's a choice navigator to go ahead and help the parents through their various academic options. If you want to know more about that, Jim is right here. Jim can talk to you about that. I mean, I can too, but Jim, go to Jim.
Because I had more time.
Right, that's exactly it. One more item, there's a couple more items in here pertaining to school choice, but something that was actually added within this House bill that is particularly important, but it actually applies to the public schools, not necessarily to the private schools, but as a private school, you have to become aware of it. If in fact you think that some of your students may end up leaving your school to go to a public school. 1/2 credit in personal finance literacy is now being put forth by the public schools. I will say we discussed this as a board of directors, and what we are saying is that we are highly recommending that your schools offer a financial literacy. We're not telling you to offer a 1/2 credit in personal financial literacy, but we are saying it might be good. And the reason for it is this, is if you do have a student that ends up leaving your school going to the public school, they may have to take it. And so for you to offer it could be of a benefit to them. Okay, just Just so you know. All right, let me move on. I want to talk about House Bill 225 really quickly. This is very, very quick. It has to do with interscholastic activities in sports. About a year or so ago, there was a law. I mentioned it, and in passing, it was important for a handful of our schools, and I've talked to a number of our schools about it. You know that about 10 years ago or so, give or take a couple of years, the Florida High School Athletic Association with the Florida legislature started allowing private schools that fit within a certain benchmark to have their students go to their publicly district schools to play sports. You had to have a certain number of, you couldn't have you couldn't have certain athletic activities. You had to have a certain number of students at your school, but you were allowed to do it. Well, a couple of years ago, 2 years ago actually, one of the laws that was passed was to open that up to allow private schools to participate in other private schools who were part of the Florida High School Athletic Association if you also met certain conditions. The way the law read was a little bit funky. I can't remember if it was 200 players or 250 or 200 students or 250 students. I'm sorry, right now my mind is a little slow. I don't, maybe I'm getting old. But initially, when the law was passed that allowed private schools to partner with their district schools, you had to have, you couldn't have more than 200 students playing in your high school program, or 200 students in your middle 6th to 8th grade program, is how it read. Well, when this law a couple of years ago was passed, it said 200 students, and we didn't know if that meant 200 high school students. We didn't know if it meant 200 middle school students. Still not sure that law is clear, but I can tell you that based upon the Florida High School Athletic Association paperwork that you have to fill out, on that paperwork, it isn't just 200 students in middle school and high school students. On that paperwork, it says 200 middle school students or 200 high school students, if that makes sense. And again, I don't know if it's 200 or 250. Please forgive me for not having that exact number. But what ended up happening this last legislative season is they opened it up even a little bit more. So now you can actually have a sports team, a part-time sports team, and still integrate a partnership with another private school that's part of the Florida High School Athletic Association. So they're widening it a little bit. If you need more details on that, please talk to me or Jim. But you're more than but you're more than welcome to talk to me. I just wanted to mention it because those things are becoming a little bit more open. But you need to be very careful because you don't want to violate any laws, or you don't want to violate any recruiting policies, because you don't want any other schools to get in trouble. So those details are fairly important. Does that make sense? The final thing that I wanted to mention here was House Bill 537. Actually, you know what? Let me just go ahead and mention just one aspect of this. It has to do with the Bright Future Scholarship, and again, you can talk to me more about it. What they said within the bill itself is that your volunteer hours must include 100 hours of volunteer service. However, where they opened it up just a little bit is that it used to be just volunteer service. Now they said your volunteer service could actually also include paid work, or a combination of both. What's really important for you to know, is that eligible paid work has to either be completed on or after June 27th of 2022. So in other words, and we were talking about it this morning, if you have a senior who was doing paid work in 9th grade, it doesn't count. That doesn't count. It only counts if, in fact, that work or service was done on or after June 27th of 2022. So that's important, and there's some other aspects of this law that are important to you, that are very significant. But again, we're going to go ahead and get those details out to you in an email, and we're also going to be posting it on the website. Does that make sense? And then afterwards, you can come and talk to me, and we can talk about some of those details. What I want to do at this particular point, if it's okay with you, Steve, I'm going to introduce you to Steve Hicks. We've known each other for 10 years. We met at FANS 10, 11 years ago. I'm very grateful for you. And as Jim and I were talking about this particular workshop, Jim says, "What do you think about bringing Steve?" and asking Steve to come, and I couldn't think of a greater person to ask and be here. So thank you very much for coming and talking to us about the funding. Okay.
She's going to get me wired up here real quick. It's a lot easier if the microphone stays a certain distance from my mouth. Go in there and turn it on. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, thank you. All right. Thank you so much. Is there an echo? I know there was a little bit of this is a very large room. Sometimes there's a little bit of an echo. So anyway, and so I'm grateful for the opportunity to come and speak. I'm so grateful that I waived my $25,000 appearance fee, and Joe was, so it's the least I could do. It's the least I could do. Okay, so we've got a slide or two that we're going to try to. So I've been asked, do I need to do this? Okay, let's see. There we go. All right, here we go. So obviously, I've never been to one of your conferences before. As Michael said, we've been building a relationship together for a number of years now through the Florida Association of Academic Non-Public Schools, which is somewhat of an umbrella organization over all of the accreditation agencies here in Florida. How many of you are familiar with FANS? Can you hear me? Ooh. All right, let's try it again. Are we coming in? Have we got a bad battery or something? We're good now? Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I'll try to not scream because I know there's people trying to cover their ears as we speak. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, they've asked me to talk about scholarship funding, and some of the process issues we've been experiencing. Who I am president of the Florida Coalition of Scholarship Schools, formerly the McKay Coalition of Scholarship Schools, been around for 20 years, trying to work behind the scenes. Most of you wouldn't know that the coalition has been working behind the scenes for 20 years plus to serve the private schools in the state of Florida by going to Tallahassee, working on legislation, meeting with legislators, trying to do what we can to make these programs as user-friendly as possible. And so we obviously find ourselves in a challenging time. My day job is Center Academy Schools. To talk about where we are, you have to think about where we were. And so for those of you that have been around, how many of you have been in education in Florida for over 15 years? Oh, that's the majority of you. Okay, great. So you know what happened with the McKay Scholarship. What you don't know was 20 plus years ago when the program just started, the state was very sporadic in funding the McKay Scholarship. And I'm going to talk about this more a little bit later, but we were able to go to Tallahassee. We were able to get legislation enacted that made it date certain. So the checks had to come by September 1st, November 1st, February 1st, and April 1st. And that was a huge relief for all of us because we knew we could count on our funds. We knew that we could set up our budgets. We knew that we would have the cash we needed to serve our families, to pay our staff, and run our schools. And we find ourselves in a very difficult spot for sure. 2022-23, we got rolled into the SFOs, and at that time they were supposed to begin to automatically deposit those funds into our accounts, and they did that after the parents approved it, right? And of course, what a challenge that was, right? Getting your parents to approve the fund. And of course, it was bad enough having to chase them down and get them to sign the check, but compared to that, it got worse, right? And then, of course, this year, everything has come under the SFOs. What you don't know was 2 years ago, I had a conversation right around Christmas with the president of Step Up for Students. They were at that time trying to roll the McKay Scholarship into their program. And at the time, we were about 30-some thousand students in that program. And I said, you can't do that. You don't have the bandwidth to do that. You guys can't onboard that many students. He says, oh, Steve, we do 25,000 a year every year. I said, well, the problem with that is you're going to do those 25,000 and you're going to do 32,000 more, and nobody thinks the thing's a well-oiled machine, do they? No. So anyway, we convinced them to hold off 1 year. So glad we did, okay, because it would have been much worse. But nonetheless, we find ourselves now with a perfect storm. Well, what is that perfect storm? Well, multiple changes to many, many areas, including changes that are by the DOE. Basically, if you know anything about the Office of Independent Education and Parental Choice, what you know is that their office has been stripped of the scholarship programs, and all those programs have been shoved under the SFOs, and they're standing up there now kind of twiddling their fingers, figuring, what do we do now, right? And they had this infrastructure in place, and I'm sure it's been a challenge for them to try to figure out how do we the new normal. What's the new normal for us? Well, the SFOs have faced a lot of challenges. Parents are facing challenges. The schools are facing challenges. And the outcome has been somewhat disastrous for all of us, right? So here are some of the things that we've faced. By the way, before I forget this, I got a call Thursday from someone from the foundation. The foundation is former Governor Jeb Bush's group. They operate out of Tallahassee. They are still very, very active in legislation. And the person who called me said, Steve, can you send me the names or the contacts of any schools whose situations are still dire? We've got someone who will run those up the flagpole, and we will see to it that those get addressed immediately. So if that's you, any of you, my email will be at the end of this presentation, and I'm happy to receive your email, and I will funnel it through to them and make sure that whatever issues that are dire that you're facing right now. Now, if you got one kid or two kids, that's not dire. If you've got 50 kids, 100 kids, that's dire. Okay, and you've not been paid for them, or you've got problems. So please help me with that, okay? But I'm willing, by the way, I mentioned to you my day job, Center Academy, but I've been doing this as a volunteer to try to help serve you and serve your families and serve your students, and I'm willing to do that. So, but they reached out to me and they said, we've got somebody standing by, and so I didn't forget to say that, I said it then. So what caused the storm that we face? Well, the law wasn't passed until March, wasn't signed until March. Now, if you're, and I'll give you this analogy, and then you can kind of make this connection for yourself. If a school close by you shut down this year, and they had 150 kids, and they shut the doors, and someone came to you and said, hey, you're going to see a huge influx of kids, and you're like, really? And I've got space? I mean, I just spoke to the principal here a few minutes ago. She's like, I got space. You know, well, when would you hire your staff? Before or after you enroll those kids? After, right? You're not going to hire a bunch of staff and not have a way to pay them. That doesn't make sense. That's not good business sense, right? But when I start the need, right, I've got 50 more kids, I'm going to hire some more staff, we're going to teach them, we're going to do what we can to serve them. Well, the law passed, Step Up hadn't hired all their staff. The SFOs haven't hired all their staff. So what's happened since this time? Well, they've opened a call center in Texas. How many of you knew that? They've opened a service center in Jamaica. How many of you knew that? We got some, yeah. And all the people in Jacksonville are still working from home. And that's why you hear the dogs barking, the kids screaming, right? The babies, the doorbell ring because the FedEx guy's out there trying to get you to come sign, you know. But you know what? Truth of the matter is, we're seeing that all over the country in so many different industries. It's not just them. We see it everywhere. You call anybody and you're trying to talk to them, and they've got all kinds of noise in the background. You're like, where are you at? A city park or something? Are you not working? What? And so we've been pretty harsh. And I want to say this, it's not in my notes, but it's on my heart. I asked Michael, I said, these are all Christian schools, right? He said, yeah. I said, I want to talk to you as one believer to another. Okay, this is real important. I've spent 20 years working with Step Up and the SFOs. Going all the way back to the early 2000s when we sat down and we wrote legislation and we got the 504 included in McKay. How many of you remember that? Yeah, so back in the day, the 504s weren't included. We got the 504s included, and those families were now able to take advantage of the opportunity. We built friendships with all these people over that time. And this is on my heart because I know these people well. One of the staff members for Step Up, someone placed her home address on a Facebook page, and she's been getting hate mail and threats on her life. It's like, she said, Steve, I've got Christian schools calling me and cussing me up one side and down the other. I'm like, really? And she says, can I, before you go any further, can I ask you a question? What's the name of your school again? Well, it's such and such Christian school. Oh, I'm just checking because I'm not seeing any fruit in this conversation. Oh, and so the lady made a very derogatory, cursive response to that. I'm just going to say this to you. The people who are working those phones, many of them have no clue. You know so much more than they do. Be kind. It's hard enough to get quality people to come to work today. Can I get an amen there? Right? Okay. All right. What if a parent came every day and blasted your teacher? And your teacher comes to you and says, look, you either back this parent off or I'm out of here. Right? They're not going to put up with it. Well, what do you think these people who are answering the phones in Jamaica, there's like those Americans, man, they're crazy. Right? They're intense. Or the call center out in Texas, they're just trying to figure this out. They don't know a whole lot about us. Yes? So great point, okay? And I'm just going to say, sometimes they say things that they don't know what they're saying, okay? Is there intentionality in that? Who knows? I can't, Remember, I don't work for Step Up, and I'm not doing a commercial for Step Up, okay? I work for Center Academy, all right? I'm in the same boat you're in. I've got 11 schools that I have to get funded, okay? So I feel the pain just like you. I get no special dispensation because I have a relationship with them. My parents have made the same mistakes your parents have made, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. So I'm with you on that, and believe me, I've been in enough public meetings with them, and they've made comments that were not true, and I said, hold on, no. And so one of their spokespeople now, every time he goes around the state, he said, well, according to Steve Hicks, because I jumped him. I said, no, that's not true. You can't keep saying that. It's not true, and you're creating the division between the parents and the school. Don't do that. Young guy, he said, okay, all right. Don't make me get up in your face here. So we saw SFOs delayed because of change in operation systems. Okay. Emma. How many of you love Emma? Yeah. For 2.5 years, I've served on an advisory council, the FESUA Advisory Council. For 2 years, we've been trying to provide guidance from a stakeholder's perspective. That is, as a private school operating, trying to serve families, explaining to them how this won't work, how what you're doing is not going to work for us. It's going to create a problem for us. We need you to do this. We need you to tweak this. By the way, we talked to them 2 years ago about encumbering funds, because we all face this issue. Our parents find out that they've got this money, and so they go buy computers for all the kids in their family, right? It's like, and of course you got the SFO saying, oh, we got this store, and you can buy it right through us, and we'll just deduct it right out of your account. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't tell parents that, because they have no clue that when they do that, the school's going to come right behind them and say, oh, you now owe us $2,000 because you took it out of your account. These are things we talked about. We talked about encumbering those funds so the parents couldn't spend those monies on anything but their tuition. That stuff hasn't happened accidentally. It's because there have been people behind the scenes pushing to try to make sure that they get this right. We're trying to serve families. We can't do that without the income that we receive from the scholarships. And when they do those types of things and lie about us and whatever they do, it hurts our relationship with our families and weakens our schools. And listen, I sent out a couple of emails in the last week or so, and I've gotten hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of responses, and it's heartbreaking to hear what some of the schools are doing. They're shutting down. They can't pay their staff. Their staff is walking out. They're taking personal loans. They're emptying out their savings accounts. I mean, it's real stuff that's happening out there. And by the way, I spoke to a news reporter Friday, and there's an article that's coming out. I just laid it out there. Here's what's happening. Well, the system has got a lot of bugs. And because of that, it's been up and down, up and down, up and down. You see the billing tab, and then all of a sudden it disappears. You see the billing tab, disappears. What the heck, right? Well, it's because they're shutting it down because the system's overwhelmed. We did beta testing. Some of my schools did beta testing. What we were doing was trying to break the system. That is to ensure that we found all the bugs that could possibly be there so that when it was time to go live, you guys wouldn't experience that. Well, unfortunately, they didn't find all the bugs. And so we've all had this same issue, this same dilemma. Well, then you got an influx of 200,000 kids. Now just wrap your brain around that for a minute. Imagine if you had an influx of 100 kids tomorrow. You'd be excited, but you'd be scrambling, right? Try to process them all. They did over 500,000 applications within a 2-month window of time. They were working 24 hours a day on Emma, 12-hour shifts, one group handed to the next group, 7 days a week to try to get that thing operational. Now remember this, they're going to spend $10 to $15 million on Emma. When are you going to spend that money? Once the law passes, not before that. Michael can tell you this. Anybody who's been involved in legislation can tell you this. The 12th hours, things change. You got your piece of legislation. You're marching it through the committees. You're excited about it. All of a sudden, no. We're not doing that. What do you mean we're not doing that? And it changes in the 12th hour, just before they're getting ready to vote on it. You're like, what happened? It was a train wreck, a total train wreck. What happened? Well, somebody got in there, had difference of opinion, somebody with power, somebody with influence, and you know what? Your bill gets trashed. Well, I've seen our bill get almost to the finish line and then take it off the table and just disappear. It's like, where'd it go? It happens. But if you don't know that, you might go out and spend $10, $15 million on an operating system in hopes that it's all going to go your way. That's not good business sense. So they weren't willing to spend the money until they knew the law had been passed. And that has to be signed by the governor. Now, the governor was standing by. In fact, I was there. I'm grateful. One of the greatest things I ever got to do was stand right behind the governor when he was signing that bill, and he handed me the pen. Yeah, it's in my desk. That was cool. Because, you spend all these years serving kids, and you hope that something you do matters, right? That's why we do this, right? And I'm on the back end. I'll be honest with you. I'm on the back end of my deal. You guys many of you are on the front end. I just want to say, this is the greatest opportunity we've ever had. The greatest opportunity in the state of Florida we've ever had. Don't allow this stuff to shut you down. If you truly believe the Bible, and you truly believe that all things work together for good, then you just got to believe that God's got something going on behind the scenes here, okay? You say, well, yeah, but these are not believers. That's different than what we deal with every day, right? No, it's not. But for these Christian schools to act the way they're acting, it's beyond me. It's just beyond me as a believer to realize that other believers, my brothers and sisters in Christ, are treating this person who also is a believer with such disrespect and disdain as if she has something to do with this. She can't control this. She's like us. She's just out there in the trenches serving people. So I just be kind, okay? Just be kind. Be kind to the staff. Treat them like you'd want your parents to treat your staff, okay? And let them know you appreciate them showing up every day to do their job, okay? Because if they don't, we're going to have a 2-hour hold on, or a 3-hour, right? All right. The state requiring SFOs to pay out FTC funds before the state would release any other funds. How many of you knew that? How many knew that they were required by law to pay out the FTC funds before they could release any of the other funds? Now, when the bulk of the students are in fact FTC kids, that's a lot of kids to get processed and paid, and so that holds things up. By the way, just in talking with the CEO and founder of the SFO, that was not the plan. They got thrown at the last minute. So, and I'm just going to need a little sip of water. You guys okay with that? I'm not disrespecting you. It's just so I'm just getting wound up here. Wait till you really get started. MS system delays impacted enrollment. We couldn't get enrolled because the system wasn't ready, and generally we get enrolled much sooner, and so that slowed down the process. And then we had parents who are now required to log in again and transfer all their information from the old system to the new system. You would have thought, right? We would have thought they'd sync up. Wasn't it a wonderful thing when you could go and take your phone to the phone store and they said, oh, we just mirror this up, boom, boom, out the door you go, right? No. The old days, you had to wait, had to download it to their system, and then they download it to your system, and I always worried about that, right? You're downloading all my information onto that. But that's probably where all these robocalls come from. They got all our information, they sold it, but. So we would expect the systems would be able to roll over to one another and mirror up. No. And so part of the problem with that was when you got your first opportunity to invoice, it says you get to invoice for $7.35. How many of you know what that was for? Originally, nobody explained that to you, right? Well, those were the rollover funds. So they had these legacy funds that they couldn't bring over. And so what they did was they put them on the front end, and they wanted you to clear that out. So you're sitting here waiting for the money to kind of, build up, right? You don't want to, who wants to invoice for $7.25, right? Well, the reality is, if you didn't do that, the system wouldn't activate itself. And actually, when you did that, it reset the system. And guess what? Lo and behold, here comes your money. Now, how many of you knew that? One person over here. And how many people did you tell? No, we won't put that on you. But the point is, all these things were happening behind the scenes, and none of us were aware, which only increased our frustration and disappointment, and obviously the volume got much louder on the other end of the phone. I can say that. Many parents made mistakes. So what's the fail rate? Well, the fail rate on parents putting their information in is 20%. Now, where were the problems? Most of the problems were with their bank accounts information in the past, or something to do with their child's information, family information, whatever, Social Security, whatever it is. Schools, same thing. Schools couldn't get their money because their bank accounts were off one digit. And in talking with folks at the SFO, they said, Steve, it's illegal for me to go in and put parents' banking information in. Now think about that for a minute. How many of you want somebody else putting your banking information in? Yeah, but we expect them to do that. We expect them to fix this, right? And so they're trying to tell the schools something's not right, and the schools are upset and agitated, and nobody's listening to the conversation. And then you've got people that you're calling who don't really understand because they're new. It's a perfect storm. I mean, it is absolutely a perfect storm. Well, what else? Many schools made mistakes with their stuff. According to the FOC, okay, so now what? Where do we go from here? That's really the question. I mean, we're here. We're at the end of the first quarter. November 1 represents the start of the second quarter, right? What happens next? Frankly, we have no idea. I have no clue. No, that's all I got to say. No, I'd like to say we're being told it's going to be awesome. That's what I'm being told. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be so much better. Let me say this to you. I know this. I know that there has been so much effort to try to get this right. And unfortunately, when things don't go wrong initially, sometimes you want to just back up and start over. But you can't when the vehicle's in motion. You can't. You just can't. So now you got to try to figure out all these issues. It's kind of like trying to change a flat tire going down I-4 at 70 miles an hour. It just doesn't work out very well, right? So they're trying. Now look, I'm as much of a voice as I can be to try to give them information and guidance. I mean, I think I understand 25 years of doing this here in the state of Florida. I think I understand what's happening. I want you to know I'm thinking of you. I'm here today because of you. I've got no reason to be here except you. I want there to be solid Christian schools who can rescue these kids who are trapped in these horrific situations, hearing this horrific information that they don't need to be hearing, and get under the sound of the gospel in a school where they can hear about Jesus, who is the only answer to all of life's problems, right? And if you don't provide that opportunity, it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. And so I want you to be able to do that with the least amount of stress possible. And so that's why I'm here today. To tell you it's going to get better. Now, I can't control what happens, but I'm close enough to it to know there's a real concerted effort to make it better. And the problems we had in the first quarter will be less in the second quarter. Will they all be gone? No. No, don't hear me say that. I'd like to say that with confidence. I could lie to you. I could say, oh yeah, it's awesome. I won't do that. But I will tell you, there is real effort to try to make it better. So, how are we going to fix it permanently? How are we going to do that? Well, we've got to have a legislative fix. I mentioned to some of the folks I spoke to today, we operate 11 private schools for kids, primarily with learning challenges. Been operating 55 years. That's the company I work for. We also have a charter school. I opened a charter school over 20 years ago. I opened a charter school. And so I understand how charter school funding works. Generally, we get our first monies in July, the middle of July, just like the district. And then we get paid twice a month, each month following that. Now, that'd be nice, right? You know? That's not going to happen, just so we're clear here. All right. But what could possibly happen, and this is what we're aiming for, the state has to send the funds to the SFOs. We all understand that, right? SFOs don't have the money just sitting around. It has to come from the state. The state has certain protocols they have to follow in order for them to feel good about sending the money. Once the money's sent, then the SFOs have to ensure that the person they're going to send that money to is, in fact, a person that should receive it, whether it's a parent whose ESA gets funded, or it's money's being sent to the private school. There's accountability. They have a fiduciary responsibility here in the state of Florida to ensure those tax dollars get to the right place. And so everybody's checking, double checking, double checking. I can tell you with 100% certainty that there have been times when that didn't happen. It's like, oh, roll this back. Uh-oh, what did we do? We sent this money to the wrong place. Not good. So there's a lot of caution which slows down the process. So if we could get the SFOs funded by July 1, and the state do with the SFOs like they do with the public system of education, basically it's a guesstimate. How many of you know that? Basically the public district reports to the state and says we're going to have 250,000 kids this year. They give their initial guesstimate, and then they give a 20-day count, a 15-day count, a 10-day count, and then they live with that until they get to October. In October, they do their first FTE count, and then they do the second one in February. That's how that works. And so when they get to October, they say, well, we didn't quite have 250,000 kids. We had 200,000. Well, then the state will reduce their funding to kind of begin to catch up and make sure that all that smooths out and the districts don't get money than they should, et cetera, et cetera. Well, what if the SFOs were funded based on an early enrollment that started in February, right? Our parents got a chance to renew in February. Then the SFOs would have a pretty good idea by the time we get to July 1 how many students they're going to have in the program, and they could tell the state that, and hopefully they get funded by July 1, and then the funds could be put in the parents' accounts, and by 1st of August or middle of August, we start getting our funding for our students. Wouldn't that be nice? That's our goal. Now, you say, well, Steve, that's a pipe dream. Maybe. But you got to have a starting point. That's our goal, right? Because all of us go from April to, September 1, it used to be. Now we're knocking on November 1 and we still haven't gotten paid, right? By the way, for those of you that don't know, which would be all of you, I had a school in Atlanta, Georgia. They had SB 10. SB 10 was a mirror of the McKay Scholarship. I operated there for 12 years. Well, they didn't like this scholarship there. They had a kind of a bipartisan look at this, and the ones who were for it helped us out. The ones who were against it shut us down. They had one person in their Office of Independent Education and Parental Choice to serve the whole state of Georgia. Now, How excited were they about having that program? One person. So you might get money in the first semester. You might not. Oh, it was horrific. I survived it for 12 years, and we said, got to go, right? Well, Florida is so much better than that. So if you got comparisons, you can realize, oh, it's so much better now than it was then, right? Well, right now it's bad, but second quarter is going to be better. Third, fourth quarters, we're hoping that all this stuff will iron itself out. But in order for us to ensure that we're going to get our money on a timely basis, we got to go to Tallahassee and fix this. It's not going to work unless we do that. So what have we done so far? Well, what's our agenda? Our agenda is two things. One is to get the funding in a time-stamped period, that is, whether it's August 15th or September 1st, we're going to try to get it as early as we possibly can. Second thing is to raise the cap on the FESUA. Now, how many of you serve kids who have mild to moderate learning disabilities in your schools? Okay, well, quite a few of you. Okay. Then you know there's been a wait list for years. Now, help me understand that. The most needy, the most challenged, are still waiting for their opportunity to arrive. We just opened up a 20,000 seat program called the PEP, right? So we're going to figure out a way to get 20,000 more kids in the program, but we can't get these 7,000, 8,000 special ed kids in the program because there's no money and no room. That just boggles my mind. So there's a special session. How many of you know there's a special session starting the week of the 6th, I think, or the 9th, whatever it is. That special session is going to deal with a bunch of things, and one of those things is going to be this wait list of kids right now who are trying to get in the program. These are all the FESUA kids who didn't get in this year. They're going to try to get them in this year because the governor, believe it or not, the governor doesn't like that. The governor thinks these kids ought to be served and be served well. There's still a cap on the program. So we'll get these kids served this year, and next year, that number may rise just a little bit. What we're trying to do is get that cap off so that all the families in the state of Florida who want a specialized opportunity for their kid with a disability can get it. The funding, but guess what? If we get all those kids in and we don't get any money, it doesn't matter, right? We can't serve them. So we got to take care of that as well, all right? What have we done so far? Well, now this is all, and I want to say this to you, not because, please forgive me if it seems like we're being boastful or arrogant or in some way trying to make ourselves something we're not. The scripture is pretty clear about that, right? He who humbles himself shall be abased, right? I mean, he who humbles himself shall be exalted. He who, prideful will be abased, right? You know what I'm talking about. We've talked to the Commissioner of Education. He wants to fix this. He really does. I spoke to him 4 years ago in his office when we were trying to get the funds raised for the McKay students. He said, Steve, there's no appetite for that right now. I'm like, really? These kids, you've been starving these schools for all these years who serve these kids, and you're telling me there's no appetite to raise the money? He said, well, because we're going to a universal voucher. So when he and I talked last week, he said, we're there. And I'll say this. 2 years ago, for the lowest matrix students, we were able to get some funding, and it's much better for the private schools. However, for those of you who had kids who were 253s, 254s, 255s, your families lost money. We're working on that too, okay? We're working on that too. And the whole matrix issue and the funding issue and all that, but one apple at a time, okay? So the Chancellor K-12 used to be the executive director of the Office of Independent Education and Parental Choice. We talked to that person as well, the new guy. By the way, the new guy is a guy who sat down with me 20 years ago, and he and I worked on the legislation to get the 504s in. So he fully gets it. He's fully vested. He's totally all in. We've got friends in Tallahassee now. We really do. We've got friends in the Department of Education. We really do. We've got people who want to make these problems go away. It's just going to take some time. So please be patient. And when you talk to the folks at the SFOs, be kind. My wife had a little sign at the house. You can relate to this. One of our friends moved to Colorado. Their daughter married someone that the parents would call less than desirable. Anybody got a son-in-law or daughter-in-law like that? Do not raise your hand. Do not raise your hand. Okay. And so she's telling my wife, they're having a barbecue. I don't want to go to that. I don't want to go. And my wife said, well, you know what? I have this little plaque that says, if you don't go, Jesus doesn't show up. I'm hanging up right now. Hear that stuff. Why? Because we have the truth, right? That's the whole darkness light thing, right? You know, we're supposed to be the light. You never know who you're talking to on the other end of the phone. You never know, ever. You never, ever know, unless it's one of your family. And then you're like, do I have to talk to you? No. You never really know. And so every opportunity, I don't care who it is. I don't care if I'm calling the Verizon because my phone's got an issue, or I'm calling Delta Airlines because I'm trying to get a flight, or I'm calling whoever I call. I see that as an opportunity to engage them in the light. If you don't see that, you need to. So when you talk to people, whether it's at one of the SFOs or somewhere else, I hope Jesus shows up because so far, it ain't happening. I'm just telling you right now, it ain't happening. We've talked to state senators, state representatives. We've hired a lobbyist. By the way, we've got meetings the week of the 14th. We met with House rep staff last week. I had a conference call. So people who don't know, the staff at the House pretty much runs a lot of stuff. How much time have I got? Am I going?
You got as much time as you need.
Okay. Well, I got about 47 more slides. No, just kidding. I know. We're almost at the end. Actually, we're almost at the end. And I want to be open to questions you might have. So we were on a conference call with them, a Zoom call, and we're trying to get a sense for who's driving this. The special session is about dealing with a number of things, but included in that is dealing with these kids on the wait list, which I told you about. Well, we're trying to get a sense of who we need to talk to who can help us get this done. We're trying to, of course, I spoke with the founder of Step Up, many hundreds of private schools, the staff at Step Up, Foundation for Florida Future, that's Jeb Bush's group that's still very active in Florida, still very much concerned about education, both public and private, which, by the way, the ships in the harbor all rise with the tide, right? All right, and I don't want to throw anything out with the bathwater, right? We need every educational opportunity in Florida that we can get as long as it's quality, right? If it's not quality, shut it down. All right, and then basically anyone else who will listen. And I got plenty to say. All right, so we got these meetings set up. We're looking for a bill sponsor. We think we'll have several people that will step up to do that. At some point, I may need your help. And if you need to reach out to us, that's how you do it. That's all I got. Any questions? That was a quick whirlwind tour of what's going on. No questions. That's amazing. All right. Yeah, you got to process that, right? Yeah, I understand. I was trying to address all the possible questions you might have in my little diatribe here. Go ahead.
Okay, my question is, first of all, I mean this with heart. Okay, so several of us have been told that from Doug.
Can you turn that volume down just a little so she can? Go ahead.
Oh, that close?
Just turn it down just a little more. Go ahead.
Hello, testing. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, and I just want to air so that we know, because I don't care if it's going to take longer or less time. I just want to know closer to the truth. So that Q2 is actually going to be 2 to 3 weeks late.
We were told by more than one person.
That it came straight from Doug himself.
Yeah. So I'm not going to say.
And if it's true,
Right.
we just want to know ahead of time.
Right.
So that we can prepare, so we can prepare our parents, so we can prepare as schools. But if it's true, the call center needs to know that, because they're saying just the opposite.
Right.
And if it becomes true, we're all going to know.
Yeah, I would say. I'm December 15th, November 15th, I'm still,
And
yeah.
say, look, can you get it down the chain? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? If it's
So
true.
I would say that what you might be hearing is, oh, no, everything's going to be on time. I'm not sure what time that is. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, no, I understand what they're saying. Yeah, so I will make a little note, and I will see if I can get somebody to answer that definitively. I plan to send out an email this weekend to share with the schools that if your issue is dire, if you still got dire issues, I just gave it to you first, okay? But I will definitely see what I can do. Go ahead, sir. I'll listen to you while I write this real quick.
I just want to add that the issue that I had with getting my funding for the first quarter, we originally had a different name than we have now. And we found out that Emma, they got information for my original name, but I did with the RS to match my EIN. And we finally put that information in, and it came back online.
So what he was saying was they changed the name of their school, and so their EIN number, which is the state number for their organization, changed, and so he hadn't updated that, didn't realize all that was not being transferred over anyway. And once he got that squared away, things came together. Yeah, little things that Anybody else? I don't want to waste your time. We got a mic over here, Jim. Joe, I'm sorry, Joe. Yeah,
After all these years.
Joe, Jim's over here. Joe.
We have about 90 students that we haven't received funding for, and when we called them on Thursday, they told us that we have already enrolled them. They've been given an award ID number. They're on our system and showing. But when we called them because we haven't received the funding for them, they said, well, just because they have an award ID number doesn't mean that they're going to actually receive funding. And so our question to them was, so we've enrolled these students, we have been educating these students for the first quarter, and now you're telling us for 90 students we're probably not going to get paid? Was she just confused and we are going to get paid? Okay, thank you.
But here's what I'll say to you. Remember, let's, first of all, send me an email, just a little brief paragraph about that, okay? And I will get that sent over this weekend, okay? You have my promise. Remember when we worked with the DOE and all their regional managers, and you know how often you were kind of crossing out that name, putting a new name in, right? Okay, remember that? Remember those days? Okay. And you would call and they'd tell you something, you'd say, no, that's not right. Oh, yeah, no, that's not right. You need to go back and talk to somebody because what you're telling me, I know is not right. And they'd come back and say, oh, yeah, I guess you were right. Because they're in the process of learning. And unfortunately, when you double your program and add 200,000+ kids, plus all, you have a bunch of kids who matriculated out. Not only do you have 200,000 more kids, but you've got all these new kids coming into the program that are, just your standard, influx of new kids that come every year. And you've got these call centers that you've opened up, and you're trying to educate these people as fast as you can on a system that's not even developed yet. How do you teach somebody how to manage Emma if you don't have Emma complete yet, right? Now let me tell you what I had to do. You'll love this. Okay, you'll love this. So it used to be that in the old system we could have several people who could go in and monitor what was going on, and I have 11 schools. Well, you can only use an email one time. So I have an executive assistant who now has 12 or 13 emails. and they get pinged every day when one of the schools goes in, and one of the administrative assistants at one of my schools goes in and goes into the system. They get pinged. She gets pinged because they have to do their secondary authentication, right? So everybody who's a user in the system gets pinged. She also has 12 cell phone numbers. Can't use the same cell phone number either. So she's got a separate email, separate cell phone for each one of those that we got call forwarded to a single email and a single cell phone so that we can do secondary authentication. And oh, by the way, my administrative assistants, I wasn't going to ask them to use their personal cell phone to do company business. So I had to get 12 other cell phone numbers that get directed to the main number so that it actually gets directed to an email. You realize how convoluted that is? You realize the expense of that? By the way, we're going to try to fix that. We're going to try to get so that if you've got people that are out and you want to cross-train 3 or 4 of your staff members to be able to go in and invoice and run Emma, you can't do that unless you go through this, this process. We're going to try to get that fixed. These are the kind of things that we're working to tweak behind the scenes so that it's better for all of us. And the cost to our organization is astronomical to have all those emails and all those cell phone numbers. It's crazy. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
Just a quick couple questions. Something that we've noticed has been a problem is we don't ever get an alert of any kind when students are ready to be invoiced. We have decided we literally log in every single day just to check. We got 2 today, 3 tomorrow, 12 today, whatever. So that's been something that's kind of been in the past we used to get an email saying, okay, it's time for you guys to do your invoicing. It's time to, submit your verification report or your attendance report, and then parents can then confirm from there, et cetera. So that's been, I think, a bit of it's just a challenge. And then
on that note, you need to be checking it every week, at least.
I check it every day.
Yeah. Well, I don't disagree with you. I mean, if you've got the bandwidth to do it every day, you should.
Right.
But for sure, I've got one of my administrative assistants. She gets here at 7:30, and it's the first thing she does when she opens up her computer, because my executive assistant gets pinged.
So that's just a thing that would probably be nice, I think, for schools to be able to get a notification and say, hey, you have students who are ready to be invoiced. That'd be great. Another thing that we haven't received, we have a ticket that they created for it, or a whole case to kind of work on it, but we were supposed to get the AP reports from Topalti, and then also the Epicor, I believe, right? So we only get Topalti, and supposedly it was going to be 48 to 72 hours later, you get the Epicor one that tells you the students for whom you've received payment. We're still missing about 30% of our payments, but gotten 70% of them. Technically, I can look on there when you go on your roster and see it says paid, but I can't technically know which payment that we have received, who it goes to. And as for doing the audit and all that every year, that's obviously, I can't submit anything yet for the stuff that we're working on for the new audit.
So you can go into the system.
Yep.
And if I had my executive assistant, I'll get her on the phone now. She can tell you exactly how to do that. I know that you can go into the system. Are you going to tell them how to do that?
You can go into the system, just so you know, when you go to the right and download that report,
Yep.
you will see that the numbers match each student. So what I'll do is I'll go through that number to see who it is.
Correct. But that is a hassle.
Oh, no, I agree.
So
100%.
so I'm like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, it is the only way right now, though. We used to,
Right.
but let's just be real, okay? How many of you loved it when you got the remittance report that just showed money being deposited, and you had a number, you had no idea who that was? Now, do that times 11 schools. And my bookkeeper is ready to come grab me by the throat, right? Oh, yes. So it, believe it or not, it is a little bit better. It's going to get better than that, but it's a little bit better. But I'll say this, you're absolutely right, and I know it's up on the right-hand side, and you can do a export, and it shows everybody that got paid. But it is an extra couple of steps, and it's not easy. I'm not going to say it is. Do you have another one? Are you good? Okay, go ahead.
Just a quick question, and you touched on it momentarily. we live in a society with our government that sometimes they love to change things just to change them. You touched on the fact that you guys are trying to change some things. Has there even been any discussion yet, and I realize the cart may be before the horse here, how to prevent this from happening next time?
Sure. Yeah, that's what this legislative fix will do. It'll make it statutorily, it'll mandate that those funds come or they'll be out of compliance with the state law. And once we did that, I mean, those funds came like clockwork. Didn't your McKay checks come by clockwork? They'd even come a day early sometimes, right? Right? And for those of you who've been around for a long time, when that was mandated, they were not going to be out of compliance with the law because somebody was going to lose their job. Some heads are going to roll, and people would go to the newspaper or whatever, and they would have a legitimate case and say, the Department of Education is breaking the law. Yeah. And they had reason to support that, right? So I'll tell you, if we get this through, and there's an appetite for this, I'll just tell you, there are some people out there that want to ensure that schools don't have to go empty their personal savings accounts. They don't have to take loans, business loans. They don't have to beg their staff to stay because they can't pay them. I'm telling you, I talked to one school, and the principal sat down, and she told them what happened, and they said, we're going to stay. Whatever happens, we're going to stay. I said, those teachers, they're heroes. They're there for the right reason. And unfortunately, that's not the case for everybody. And so we're going to try to get this fixed and make it better for everybody. And look, if we can mandate that the DOE has to send the money to the SFOs at a certain time, then everybody in Tallahassee who might be resistant to choice and these programs will have to comply with the law. There's people who don't like what's happening here. They don't like what has happened with the choice programs, the opportunity for families to pull their kids out of these traditional public schools and send them to private schools, and state monies go, and so they sabotage things. You say, oh, you're kidding me. No, they do. And I'm not being a conspiracist, okay? And so all it takes is for somebody to just leave it on their desk for a day or two, and it just kind of throws everything into a tailspin. And so if you mandate it by law, and somebody does that, they're going to pay a price for that. I saw a question over here somewhere. Go ahead.
I'm just curious from other people that are here. I know most of us are using Step Up, but is there anybody that has gotten funds or uses AAA? Does that seem to be a better process than worse? Okay. And my other thing is what we've always expressed to Step Up is they'll communicate with the parents, and then the parents will call us and say, well, I got this email, and we're like, we have no clue what you're talking about because we didn't get that same email. And then one other quick thing, what would you recommend as a chain of command to go through? Because you've got your regional rep who says, no, don't call me for any of this, do the call center and chat. But once we feel like we've tried that numerous times and we reach out to the rep, it's like this cyclical spiral of death. Yeah, where should we start, and then how do we get it escalated when we don't get anywhere? Because you'll send it and you get an email that says, oh, our financial team will be back with you, and you don't hear, so you get to go back, and then we reach out to our rep, and she's like, well, I can't help you with any of this. And we're like, oh, or we're all on vacation this week. It's like, really?
It's a manpower issue. We all know that. There's not enough people who have information. I mean, how many times have you called and they said, okay, I got to put you on hold for a second? What do you think they're doing? No, it's even scarier than that. They're calling somebody else who's working from home, who's got 15 calls that they're trying to write, or 20 or 50 or who knows. And so they're going to try to get an answer from that person who's also inundated because they're new. They don't want to give you a wrong answer. They really don't want to give you a wrong answer, but sometimes they get wrong information and they just keep passing it along. And so I don't know the answer to that other than to say, you got two choices. You can sit back and be frustrated, or you can just keep calling keep trying to reach somebody who can help you. In the meantime, there is a concerted effort to try to fix these issues. And yes, I believe with all my heart, second quarter will be better than first quarter, third quarter will be better than first and second, so on and so forth. By next year, I think we will see a lot of these things work themselves out. I think we had such an influx of kids this year. It was a perfect storm. Absolutely was a perfect storm for everybody. And I think that now that we've gotten through this, it's time to just begin to put the pieces back together. I'm praying for your schools. I'm praying that you'll have the funds you need to do what you do. We need you. We need more private schools, Christian schools who can serve kids well and give them the truth that matters, right? Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back in here in 10 minutes. Stretch your legs. If we can start heading back to our seats. Okay, let's try to get everybody back in. We want to get started. We want to make sure Steve had all the time he needed, and so we're a few minutes off schedule. We want to get you out of here on time. We know it's Saturday, and we want everybody to be able to go spend time with their family and stuff like that. We appreciate you being here, so we want to make sure all your time is valuable and well spent. Michael's got a quick comment, and then we're going to get right into the school safety program. Yes, sir.
Yeah, oh, that's loud. Just one more comment about what Steve was talking about earlier, and it's a conversation that I've had with Jim, with Joe, with Amy. We've talked about this a little bit as a board of directors. This whole funding scenario, many of you have probably felt alone. One quick comment about feeling alone. Do you remember, whether you read the book or watched the movie, The Lord of the Rings, do you remember when Frodo Baggins was before Galadriel, and he's trying to give her the ring? Do you remember this? And he says, "I don't want it." He said, "Take it." And she responded back and said, "Why?" He's like, "I'm so alone." And her response to him was, "To be a ring bearer is to be alone." First comment, as an administrator and a head of school, you're bearing a burden, and there are just going to be times where you feel alone. But you need to know that you are not alone. One of the reasons we had Steve come up here, I can get up here and talk. Steve can get up here and talk. We can talk about what's going on. Jim can get up here to talk. Joe can get up here to any one of us can. But I want you to know, and what was real, and the takeaway that I had standing in the back was to at least communicate to you that as alone as you may have been feeling, there has been a lot of legwork. We're doing as an organization, that we are partnering with other organizations doing that legwork, and there is work for you. Please don't hesitate to call us. Please don't hesitate to talk to us. And just know that part of being an accreditor and part of being an accreditation organization is to make sure that you're not in this alone. It's not just for accountability, it's also for strength. So whatever you want to take away, at least take away this. We're in your corner. We're fighting for you. And just know that.
And a lot of times, and I think maybe one of the things that we haven't done maybe as well as an organization as we want to do moving forward is let you know what's going on sometimes. Joe travels all over the state. Michael travels to Tallahassee. We're a member of an organization called FANS. FANS is a member organization of other quality accrediting associations that work here in the state of Florida. We have a meeting in January every year. We have a meeting usually in March, or we have one over the summer, then we have one in March that's usually up in Tallahassee while the legislative session is going on. So we can be involved in all these things, communicate with these things. That's where we've known Steve for all these years in the FANS meetings. Wednesday, Joe and I flew into Atlanta for a Cognia meeting of all the integrated partners with Cognia from around the world. And then we had another meeting then Thursday morning with a group of other Christian accrediting associations, because we're kind of the subgroup of the group kind of thing. And we have some different things. So we're doing these things. We don't spend a lot of time talking about those things, but we're having these conversations, and part of what we're doing here at the workshop is try to communicate that and get us all on the same page. And like Michael said, while we're alone as administrators, we're not alone as a group, because we're family. And so the FCCPSA doesn't necessarily want to be the group that has 10,000 schools, but we want to do a good job with our family schools, the ones that share our vision and mission. And anyway, so reminder about the survey. I've already got a few of those, which is great. We got two things left to talk about. Well, it's really one topic. We're going to do it a couple different ways. One of the changes in the legislation this year that we're doing kind of as a separate topic is was House Bill 543. It's the school safety program, and there's other parts of it that had to do specifically with county sheriffs. So we're going to talk about the bill, but first I've got I'm in Polk County, and so my county sheriff is Sheriff Grady Judd, and so he invented the school guardian program. So we asked him to, we knew he really wouldn't have time to come and address the whole group here, but he's agreed to do a short message for us, and I'm going to play that first, and then we'll talk about the program in general.
Hello everyone, Sheriff Grady Judd here. I'm really excited to be with you this morning. School safety is very important to me. In fact, all of the children in our schools are my children until I can return them home to their parents in the evening. And my goal is to keep them safe every day. Even prior to the horrible tragedy at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, I had...
Can we turn this up? I don't think they can hear this. I got the microphone.
He's got the microphone.
All right, try it again.
Hello everyone, Sheriff Grady Judd here. I'm really excited to be with you this morning. School safety is very important to me. In fact, all of the children in our schools are my children until I can return them home to their parents in the evening. And my goal is to keep them safe every day. Even prior to the horrible tragedy at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, I had a security program in place that we created here at the Sheriff's Office called the Sentinel Program. When Governor Scott, at the time with the legislature, created the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas law after the horrible tragedy, they used my Sentinel program, which is now called the Guardian Program, and inculcated in state law. Having a school guardian on campus is mandatory if you don't have a law enforcement officer on campus. And I know it's not legally mandatory, but it's ethically and morally mandatory in private schools as well. But that's not all. The well-trained armed guardian is the last best chance to protect the students and the school staff if a madman comes onto the campus wanting to shoot and injure students. But there's other layers of protection that need to be in place ahead of that. So you see, the guardian is necessary, but it's the last best necessary step. We need students safe. And that's if you put in layers and layers and layers of security so we can identify these potential active shooters long before they show up on the campus. We can help you with that. We want to help you with that. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for what you do every day for the kids, the students, the young men and women, the future of America. God bless you. See you soon.
So in the legislature, House Bill 543, the school guardian program has been around for a while. The language before this year basically said if your county sheriff will provide the training, if the county school board has voted to do it for the public school system or charter schools, and your sheriff is willing to provide the training to a private school, they're allowed to. But it did not require the county sheriff to provide that training. So in my county, in Polk County, every year I would get a letter from the sheriff's office saying, you really have the responsibility to keep your campus safe. So we would get this letter. See if I got the letter here. We would get this letter, right? And he would say that you need to keep your campus safe, and you got a couple of options. One, you can hire we'll be glad to provide you a full-time deputy sheriff to provide security for your campus. Now that deputy sheriff's been through 6 months of training at an academy which the police department paid for, and they're paying them a salary, and they've got a sergeant supervisor and a whole chain of command, and they've got a squad car that they're going to park on your campus. So it's about $100,000 a year. But we're more than happy to provide that for you, okay? Or you can hire a private security guard that's got the G3 whatever badge thing it is, and you can hire them and contract with them, and they can protect your students, and you're going to spend about half the money of having a full-time deputy sheriff, because that deputy sheriff has got all this legal training that has nothing to do with protecting you from active shooters. Or if you've got my county sheriff, his option then is, or you can come to us and we will provide all the training for free. We will train you for 144 hours over 18 days. We'll do the background screening. We'll pay for the psychological evaluation. We'll do all those other kind of stuff, and then we'll train you, and we'll have them shoot 4,000 rounds of ammunition. And we will train them to be very, very good at it, and we'll eat the cost, the $3,000 estimated cost to provide that training. They charge the school board $3,000 to train a school guardian. They don't charge the private schools or child care centers in my county a penny. They do require that you buy the specific equipment that they use. So I had the privilege this summer of going through the training. And so on July 20th, Sheriff Grady Judge swore me in as a special deputy. So I am authorized by Polk County, and I love the way he said it. And again, and we're going to talk about, he said there's layers of things of safety that you do first. This is the last step. You've got an active shooter on campus, and you've got to address that threat. That's the last step. We're going to talk about the first steps next, okay? Because there's whole layers of things we need to do before that. This is the absolute last step. And when he swore us in, one of the things that he said was that we have trained these people. There was 35 of us in the group that went through the program with this summer in Polk County. And he said, we've trained these people, if there's a threat on the campus, to not run away and hide, but to run toward where the danger is. We've taught them how to use a weapon well. And in the training, we had 5 different shooting courses that we had to pass with an 85%. A deputy sheriff only has to qualify at 80%. But as school guardians or sentinels, we had to pass at 85%, and that's 5 different tests. One of those was an AR-15, which I had never touched one of those before in my life. And I'm a person that I've never been afraid of guns. When I was a teenager, I did some hunting with my grandfather and my dad, but I've not been an active. I'm not somebody who goes to the range every week or every month and stuff like that. I didn't even own a pistol until a year ago, right? So I was really, literally a novice shooter. I probably had fired maybe 12 rounds of ammunition from a pistol in the last 45 years. So when we got out there the second day and they put a gun in my hand with bullets in it, That's the first time I pulled a trigger in years, okay? I will tell you I passed all 5 of them, because you don't get through the program if you don't pass all 5 tests, right? They turned me into a fairly dangerous man with a pistol. I'm saying it. No brag, just fact. If you come onto my campus with a gun, you're in serious trouble. I'm just telling you. Because they taught us to do that. But what he said in the training, he says, we found volunteers that instead of running from danger will have volunteered to run toward the danger. We've taught them to shoot. We've taught them to shoot well. We've trained them to shoot a bad person multiple times. We've trained them to shoot the bad person until they're graveyard dead. End of conversation. He said a lot of other things too, but I won't go into all of those. Because he says, once you've got a man on your campus with a gun, the conversation's over, right? The anger management stuff, that's over. We're going to protect the kids. So he sends that letter out to our schools every single year and provides that training. Now, your county sheriff now legally has to, we're going to talk about House Bill 534, or 543. What changed, I don't want to close it, cancel. What has changed is that if your county sheriff will not provide the training, and a bunch more of them have signed up to provide the training now that they really have no choice. If your county sheriff will not provide the training, then you can go to another county and get the training there, and your county sheriff has to accept that. That's what's different. Now, one of the challenges that you're going to have is your county sheriff who maybe will provide the training, but isn't like gun-ho that we want to do this. You may have to make 15 or 20 phone calls to find the person that can actually get you set up in the pipeline to do that. But every county sheriff has to do it, and there's links on the DOE website to do that. But understand, as a special deputy, I am authorized by the Polk County Sheriff's Office to shoot until they're graveyard dead anybody that's a threat on my campus. I am not authorized to arrest anybody. So if they said it one time, they said it 15 times. We were there for 18 days, and I guarantee you they said this at least once every day. You are not authorized to arrest anybody, but you are authorized to shoot them. What are you going to do? Now, if they surrender, if they drop their gun and throw their hands up, you're not allowed to shoot them. But you can't arrest them. But you can hold a gun on them till we get there. And we're coming. So anyway, so so basically what I wanted to do is make sure that you're aware that in your county, that the county sheriff must provide the training or facilitate you getting it at another sheriff. You may have to pay the $3,000 to do this training. Now, basically what he alluded to in the video there was before the tragedy at Douglas, where 17 people were killed and 17 more were injured, he had already had what he called a Sentinel program in place in Polk County. Now, the state of Florida said that's not legal. You can't have guns on a school campus. You can't have guns in a child care center. That's the state law. And what Sheriff Grady Judd said was, but I'm the sheriff, and the state statute says I can hire anybody that I approve as a sheriff. And my sheriffs can go anywhere with a gun that I want them to go. So the Polk County School Board asked for his help, and he basically said you can't afford a full-time sheriff, and you don't need them. You need this 136 hours worth of training so that they can defend your school. So his program was 136 hours. When the legislature did it, they added 8 hours of diversity training. That was not in his original program because, like he said, by this point, the conversation is over. The de-escalation is over, but the legislature said, no, we want to have that tool too. So he does the 8 hours of that. So we got to sit through that 8 hours, and it wasn't a complete waste of time. It wasn't as valuable as everything else. So in that program, you fill out an application. They do a background check on you. Every job you've ever had, and I'm 67 years old, so we're going back to when I was 16 years old and bagging groceries at Winn-Dixie, right? So they did that, and then once you pass that, then you get to go in and do the fingerprint screen, even though you've already been VEX background screened, or doesn't matter, they're going to do their own. Then when you pass that, then you get to go have the psychological evaluation, which only takes 6 hours. I don't know how many ways you can ask somebody if they're suicidal, but they found every way to do that in all the questions that they put us through. Once you pass that, then you get to actually start going and doing the training. I lost 6 pounds. If you're going to do this, start exercising before you do the program, because they will absolutely wear you out. So if you want to look at, just to give you an idea of what all's involved, and there's more stuff in this thing, right? Now, one of the things that you have to have a valid concealed carry permit to go through the training. Florida is now a constitutional carry state, which says you don't have to have a concealed weapons permit to concealed carry. But you can't go within 1,000 yards of a school if you don't have a concealed carry permit, and you obviously can't go on campus, those kinds of things. But the statute says you have to have a concealed carry. So that was another set of fingerprints that I got to go do, because my sheriff's office did that training as part of the program. You have to complete 144 hours of training, and that consists of 12 hours of certified, nationally recognized diversity training. That has changed to 8 in the new thing, I think. But anyway, or maybe they added 4 to it, I don't remember. But 80 hours is firearms instruction. So again, the very first day, they put us in a room, and there was also 8 written tests, right? And you had to score 85% on the written test as well. So every time we'd go into class, we got like a pre-test, which of course we all failed because I didn't know what the Weaver stance was. And since I didn't know what the Weaver stance was, I really didn't know what the modified Weaver stance was. So we had one guy in our class who's got the G3 license, and so he open carries and all that stuff at the county fair and stuff like that. So he knew the answers to a lot of this stuff, but I didn't. So I failed all the pre-tests, which was fine, but because I passed all the actual tests at the end of the day. But anyway, so you had to pass all those tests. The very first day, by lunch, we had a pistol in our hand. It wasn't loaded, but we're already drawing from a holster. So those of you that shoot, if you go to a gun range, you can't draw from a holster and shoot. They won't let you do that at a gun range. Well, at the sheriff's office, that's all we did, right? So these shooting tests we took were things like this. You've got 4 seconds. You're 10 feet away, 9 to 10 feet away from 2 targets. In 4 seconds, you're going to draw from a holster, fire twice from the hip, and then move to the high point and shoot 2 more times in the head, the second guy on the left. And you have to do that in 4 seconds. And then you're going to reholster your pistol, and in the next 4 seconds, because now you're doing it with a pistol that only has 6 rounds, because it's a concealed carry pistol, so it only has 6 rounds in the magazine. So now you only have 2 shots left, right? But now there's 2 other guys coming. So in 4 seconds, you're going to draw from the hip, shoot twice from the hip, and reload and shoot 2 times to the other target in 4 seconds. And if you don't get all 4 shots off, then you don't get those points, and you have to score 85%. Now, the whole course is 36 shots. So then you're going to do some other stuff from there. You're going to be doing shots where you're standing here with, again, you're holstered, and you have to step to the right, shoot 4 times, and holster, and then shoot back and forth. And you're moving around and doing some of this stuff. Then you move back to the 7-yard line. So now you're 21 feet away, and you're shooting, right? And then you step back to the 15-yard line. So now you're 30 feet away. So 6 of those shots are from 30 feet away. And you can only miss 6 shots total. So the goal is always to make sure you made all 30 shots when you're fairly close. So you can miss all 6 from back here. But and I was really upset. The 36-round course, I threw one of those 6 shots from 15 yards, and I only got 35 out of 36. And I wanted to do it over, and they wouldn't let me. So you have to do it. You have to get that 85% the first time, or you have to do it twice in a row out of 5 attempts, or you fail, and you're out of the program. If you missed a day, you're out of the program, come back next year. You get 8 hours of discretionary shooting. This is where they put you in a room with a big screen, and you got a fake gun, like a video game gun, right? And all of a sudden, you're in this room, and there's a podium over here. You've got a bad guy. You followed him in the room. You shot, because every time you go in, it's like there's been an active shooter at a school, so there's a bunch of police officers, right? And the guy in front of you says, "You take point." which means you get to go in first because you're the one getting the training. So you go in this classroom, and there's a guy over in the corner, and he jumps up, and you shoot him. But then you look over to the side, and there's a podium over here. And sometimes a bad person jumps up with a gun, and sometimes it's a kid. Well, if you shoot the kid, you kind of failed, right? You're not supposed to shoot the kid. You're not supposed to shoot the overweight guy with a beer bottle saying, dude, there's something going on. And I'm thinking, it's a Christian school. If he's got a beer bottle in my school, he's not supposed to be here. I'm shooting him. You know, you're standing in the line, and you can't draw ahead of time. You can't anticipate something because you're just standing in the library, right? Somebody walks in the library, they got this backpack, right? And they jump down all of a sudden, and they jump up with a machine gun and start shooting everybody. Well, how fast do you have to react to that, right? You're in a building, and then kids start running in front of you. Kids are running away from the active shooter. Who do you shoot, right? So you got a whole day of that. That's fun. But it gets better because then the next day you go to what they call the match house. Now, the match house is an unair-conditioned building in the middle of Florida. So in the afternoon, you could go to this room, and now you've got a gun that shoots gel bullets. So it actually has projectiles, right? So now you get to go clear a room, and you're learning how to jump into a room. And I guarantee you, the master sergeant that was in charge of us, he kept talking about the funnel of death. The funnel of death is the doorway. If he found you standing in the doorway, he would knock you down because it's the funnel of death. When you breach a door, you breach the door. Now, you're coming in this room. If you're in the middle of the room, the bad guy could be over here, and the bad guy could be over here, right? Pick one. If you pick wrong and you get shot in the back, you got shot in the back because you can't do both at the same time, right? Anyway, so you have a whole day of that. Then we got to go to Lake Wales High School, where we're actually out of high school. And they fire off a shotgun, but you've got to run from the classroom that you're in, you've got to run 25, 30 yards down this hallway, then you got to go around the bend, and now they've got people laying on the ground saying, I'm bleeding, help me, why won't you help me? Then you got to go through a double door. Now you got this long hallway with classrooms on both sides. You've got to get in there and start clearing rooms to find the bad guy. And you got to keep going until you find him and shoot him, or he shoots you, because he's shooting at you with those gel bullets, with that sting. I mean, I've had worse, but he didn't get me. I got him. Proud of that. And you know it's fake. You know it's fake, but I'm telling you, people are almost, one of the guys, I thought he was going to pass out because he was holding his breath. It feels very, very real, but that's really the whole idea. But anyway, and then they've got this one class where they're going to try to steal your gun because if you go into a room wrong and somebody grabs your gun, you've just helped the bad guy, right? Well, so we're doing this training, and they're pairing you up with a deputy who's going to try to take your gun. Well, if you look at me, you realize I'm not that tall, and I'm 67 years old, and I'm not in the greatest of shape. So who did they pair me up with? They paired me up with Bob. Bob's a super nice guy, 6'2", 260 pounds. I swear. Now, they were arguing all day about whether he said he was 240, and Kevin said he was 260. So they were bantering all day about whether it was 240 or 260. But let's go with 240 because he's 6'3". And I did a little wrestling when I was in high school. I didn't like it, so I didn't do it very long. And the deal is, if they grab your gun, if they get it from you, you're in this room. It's about the size of, almost as big as where we are here to that wall back there. It's all big padded thing. If they get your gun, you have to hunt them, chase them down and take it back from them. And there's no time limit, right? And they will get you on the ground, and two of them will go after you trying to take your gun. I could barely walk at the end of that day. And the guy kept saying, you're going to love this class. This is the greatest class. I'm like, I hate this class. I hate you. I hate this class. I respect what you're trying to do. I hate this class. I don't ever want to do that again for the rest of my life. But we fired 4,000 rounds of ammunition over 18 days. And we learned a lot. And my sheriff's office lets me come back, actually encourages me strongly to come back once a month. And they provide the bullets because it's a perishable skill, and we have to requalify every year. So I go back once a month, and it's only on a Wednesday. So I either go at 4 o'clock on Wednesday so I can make it to church, or I go do the 7 o'clock at night one so I can go shoot for an hour, because the pistol that we purchased from the sheriff's office, I'm not allowed to use that at a gun range. I have to use that only on their range because it's our school bought the equipment, so it's our equipment, but it's issued by them. Anyway, so the statute kind of gives you some idea about what some of the training is, how many hours of this, how many hours of that. But you're doing things you can't do someplace else. No place else can you go and start on the 25-yard line and fire 2 shots, move forward 6 yards, fire some more, move forward, fire some more, reload, move forward, keep moving forward until they're dead, right? Because that's what they're training you to do. So this is the last defense, like the sheriff said. If you've got kids on campus, you have a responsibility to protect them. We all go back to the shooting in Nashville. That school had active shooter training just a few months before, and it saved lives. It absolutely saved lives because the kids knew where to go, the teachers knew what to do. The administrator of the school left her Zoom meeting and ran toward the rifle, the gunfire, and that's all right, and passed away. So did we lose something? Maybe it got unplugged over here. I think it might have been here. This got tweaked. I think I just pushed it in, so maybe it'll go back. There we go. Okay. So that's basically. If you got questions on the program, give us a call. Now we have Amy and Richard Davis. They're going to talk about all the stuff you should do before this happens. I've got your logo thing right here. Whenever he wants that. Okay.
So do I just press that one?
Just double click on that whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Hi. All right, well, good morning. My name is Amy Davis, and I'm the head of School of Classical Christian Academy in North Fort Myers, Florida, and we have about 180 students, so we're not large, we're considered small. And I just say that because a lot of what I'm going to talk about can be applied to any size school, but I'm coming from a place of a smaller school. So I'm going to talk to you this morning about how to navigate safety at your school. And again, this is my personal experience. I don't work for any of these companies that we're going to talk about or things. So what do you need to consider when it comes to school safety? So I'm sure after the shooting in Nashville, many of you experienced what I experienced, which was suddenly every parent in the building wanted to know, what's your plan, right? Everybody had that? Yeah. And then every tour you did wanted to know what you were doing. So it just became, right in front of you, you had to have some answers for parents. And the truth is really, it wasn't a matter of something like this. If it could happen, it was just a matter of when it would happen. So it had happened to other types of schools, but to Christian schools, we had kind of been insulated with this type of violence until that moment. And everybody kind of sat up and took notice, right? So hopefully a lot of you had already had some sort of a plan, and so you could answer your parents, or you may have been scrambling. And so we're going to just talk through what to do and what to consider. So we had a crisis management plan that we have implemented and had been going on for about 10 years. So we did training and drills, and we did all those things. So I could answer that piece for my parents easily. But after the shooting in Tennessee, and with all the questions and things, we kind of took a step back. We didn't want to be anxious because the Bible warns us about that, but we also wanted to have a plan. And so we wanted to kind of take a hard look. So we gathered a committee, which was made up of our administrative team and some of our retired and current law enforcement parents, and had a meeting, 2 meetings at Panera. It was just torture. And really just talked through our unique school, because again, all of your schools are different. And kind of what we decided to do was to not overreact, which was, it's our tendency to do that, where we're reactive to something, and instead to kind of have a balanced approach. And we didn't want to make our students feel anxious or unsafe, because there's a fine balance between that. And yet we needed to have a plan and training. So the first step that I would suggest, if you are, no matter where you are on this is something you should be regularly visiting, but if you're kind of newer, these will be things to kind of think of too, is first to kind of, what are your strengths of what you're currently doing, and what do you need to improve on. So there's always something that you need to probably improve on, or new technology comes available. That's always happening. So the first thing we did was we took an internal look. So what do we know about what we're doing? What areas do we think we need to improve? And we involved our current, again, parents that are current law enforcement or retired. We got them. Leverage those people. They want to help, and all of your schools have them, so go ahead and do that. And then we did an external piece of this. So that is when you invite law enforcement to come into your building and walk through the building with you. If you have not done this, again, this is free, and they will do it. On one given day, I had I had a major and a colonel and a captain and a sergeant. Like, they all came through and were like, let me just walk through and help you. They want to help you. So reach out. You need to have a relationship with them anyway. No, I'm in an area where we have the sheriff's office. You may be in a city. I don't know. But there's going to be officers that are assigned to you, or deputies that are assigned to your area. Get to know them, involve them, say, I want you to know our school. So that way, if something goes down, they're familiar with your building. They know who you are. But they're going to have lots of ideas and lots of suggestions. Write them all down. Some of them, you may not actually want to do, but others you will. And if you have a more complicated building, like even this building, they have different level of security than my school necessarily needs. Every school, again, is going to be different. Or if you have multiple locations, or you maybe have buildings, several on one campus, your situation is unique. You may need to hire a professional. And so there are professionals that are out there that will come in and they will help you with training and give you all the advice and help you get all the things done. But that wasn't, again, our situation. So again, you're doing all these, you did an internal, you did an external, and now you have this really long list of things and you think, wow, where do I start? So what we did was we kind of created a prioritized list with a timeline. We knew we couldn't do everything on that list all at one time for several reasons. There just wasn't time for one. And then we also had to weigh out, some things were free, some things weren't. If you have ESSER funds, so if you have that funding that comes from from the state, you can actually use some of those funds to help improve your security. If you don't know about that, you should definitely check into that. But we don't take any government money, so that wasn't an option for us. So we had to kind of look deep and figure out how much of our budget could we allocate for this, what could we afford, how much time did we have. So again, all those things need to kind of be played into your plan. And then donors. It is amazing how many people want to give you money when you want to improve your security. They just need to know what your need is. They just need to know what your plan is. So you need to create a way of communicating that to your parents and to your donors that have regularly given. Be prepared to have some meetings with them and talk through that and get them involved in what you're doing. Again, they want to. And so you have this written plan, hopefully already. Again, things to think about that I recently listened to a podcast that really had me, again, you're constantly learning and growing, but some of the questions that were asked really had me thinking. So you have this crisis management plan, your staff is trained on it, and that's great, but do you share it with your parents? Or do you keep it as an internal document? And it made me think about that when I think about who actually is a lot of times doing the violence is coming from a parent or a student who now has access to your plan. So again, everybody has to make that decision, but I had never really thought through, this document, maybe we shouldn't have it out there for our parents to be able to, or students to be able to get. But you may decide to do that. We have high parent involvement, and so that was our intention from the beginning. And so now we've been talking through, could we do a version of this for our parents? We're doing some training with them. But it doesn't have to be the full-on document so they know every single thing we're going to do. But make sure your document includes things like, obviously, we're talking about lockdown, right? Locking down, bomb threats, fire, kidnapping. You got a student that's missing in your building. I have external doors, and on the day of my site visit, you all will empathize with me. Michael, wherever Michael is, he may not say this, but I had a student that decided to just go out the door, and he was outside banging on the door to get back in, and Michael, on a site visit, is there, and here's this whole thing with this student that has decided his jacket was outside and just went outside And so what do? A student was missing. Thankfully, it was like a whole minute, but it will happen. So what will you do? How will your staff, how will they respond? You have a medical event, someone that collapses in the cafeteria, it's filled with students. Do you just let everybody stay in the room? Do you evacuate them? All these little details that your plan needs to include, make sure you've looked that over. And again, you're gonna update it, I'd say every few years for sure, and then make any changes. And then that also impacts your training. So, they're both. And you need to make sure your staff is regularly visiting your crisis management plan, because if you have a document that's dead, meaning no one has looked at it in over a year and tested on it and talked about it, it's not worth anything. So make sure you have included in your training that you're actually saying, look at these 3 sections and then take this quiz, or let's have a discussion about this. Somehow integrate that. That plan needs to be living, needs to actually be used on a regular basis. Other things to consider. Do you want or need armed security? So for our school, that looks like this year we have added a layer of former or current law enforcement that are volunteering their time and coming onto our campus in the mornings, our peak times when the doors are open and there's lots of people coming in and out. And they're there in the morning, and they're there in the afternoon, and they're going to be there during events. So if I have a Christmas program and there's hundreds of people on campus, we're going to have a presence there. And that's kind of how we're starting and what our school looks like, because we can't afford $100,000. I don't know. But maybe we'll get there. I don't know. So we're constantly evaluating that and looking through that. We also have a really great relationship with our sheriff's department. So that day that I told you that all those deputies came and spoke to me, they also said, hey, we have these 2 deputies that are assigned to your area, and we're going to have them come by when you're open for an hour a day. Just randomly, they're going to show up for free. And so I can't stress enough how much the connection and the relationship with your local law enforcement is going to be for your school. So you never know what they're going to offer. So this is like this 3rd year that we've had this. And so it's really great. So sometimes they're there in the morning, sometimes they're just randomly, or sometimes they just park out front. And that is what you want. You want someone who may be casing your school to see, oh, all of a sudden there's law enforcement there, and see that inconsistency. That you never know when they're going to show up. Oh, I don't know. I don't want to mess with them. That's what you're trying to do. So if you're a Christian school meeting in a church or owned by a church, be sure you look at House Bill 259, and this is from 2021. So again, it's the 2021 House Bill 259. It is going to open your eyes a little bit to what your options could be. And again, I can't legally tell you what that is, but there's lots of hints in that. And if you have questions, Jim or Michael would be happy to help you with that too. But this is what allows us to have our armed law enforcement on our campus. We're in a church and we are a Christian school. And so this is House Bill 259 is what has opened that door for us. So if you're kind of wondering how we're doing that, that's how. So do you want to have your own armed security team? Do you have the money to be able to pay somebody? Are they going to be volunteer? Again, check out your Easter funds. Can you use that? Do you want to hire a professional security company or do a law enforcement detail? Again, that's about $100,000. Do you have the funds to do that? Do you want to do that? Maybe you have a wonderful donor who would do that. Do you want to do the Guardian program? There's all these different options that you have. Will they be wearing uniforms? Will they be showing their guns? Mine are armed, but that is not, they're not seen, so that they're concealed. Maybe you want to have that. I know we've seen some security here, and they have their uniforms on. So at some point they have made that decision to do that. So your school needs to do that too. What about your staff? Are you going to let them be armed? And if so, what does that look like? Can you just bring a gun and throw it in your purse and show up at school and be a teacher and leave your purse on the desk? Probably not a great idea. So you just want to have a plan and think through, or maybe you say, no, we're not going to allow that. Now this House Bill 259 does have a little caveat, which is that you have to have the permission of the church. So if if you just decide, well, I want all my teachers to be able to carry, and you haven't run that past the church, if there's something that goes down, the church could just say, we said we never gave you permission to do that, and then that would be illegal. So just making sure that you get the permission, you're all on the same page, and then you may want to post some signs that say whether they're allowed or not allowed, and then training. Which this is the last part of what I'm doing. Who needs your training? So we train our parents who are regularly on campus. They have to volunteer. We're training teachers, all of our staff, our security team, substitute teachers, elective teachers, because if something's going down, they have no idea what's going on, right? What about your students? Do you want your students to actually be trained? Are you drilling in lockdowns? Or are you training your students to obey the teacher? Because if you think about all these things that happen, and there is somebody who's been fully trained who's in charge, and if the students know that they need to trust Mrs. Smith, she's going to know what to do. That is what you want. If she says, go here or do that, they shouldn't say, well, why? I don't know. What do we? No, they need to obey right away and do that. So you have to decide if you're going to train them or if you're going to train them to obey. Or maybe both, I don't know. But you have to talk through that too. That's another thing to consider. And I would suggest that you consider a more dynamic approach. So most of the Sheriff's Office has been coming out and doing training for us every year. It's free, and they come and they do their own active shooter training with us. And it's always been, you go in, you lock your door, you put down your shade, and everybody gets in a corner away from the window, right? That's pretty standard. So there are now options which are more dynamic and that have, which we're going to talk about here in a second, they kind of give you a lot more options, and you need to kind of make decisions in the moment depending on what's going on. And you certainly don't just all gather in a corner with this type of training. They have some other suggestions on that. And then how are you going to equip your staff? So we use a program, again, I don't work for them, I've just been using them. So we started off with Navigate 360. So Navigate 360, they have an app, and we've been using that, and that will also, during a drill or during an actual event, we're taking attendance, we're communicating through that, we have access to our crisis management plan. Law enforcement is hooked into it as well, so they can communicate with us. So this is what we've chosen to do for a long time. But we have since then added different things. They have a panic button now. And so you can look at these. They have ALICE training, which is, we're going to talk about ALICE training in a second. Other things that you might want to think about for your school is, do you want cameras, inside, outside? Again, technology is a wonderful thing, so you might consider that. And again, those panic buttons, if you have like recess outside, this is kind of what we were thinking. Recess outside, whether you have a fence or not, it doesn't matter. And here comes somebody across the field. Some way that they can immediately alert the entire building to lockdown. And so that is something that Navigate 360 offers. Again, maybe your scenario is different and you don't need that, but that's what we've been doing. Also, build a relationship with nearby businesses and schools. So we are right down the street from a public school, an elementary school. So they know us, they know we're a school, and we know them. So if they go in lockdown, we go in lockdown, and we communicate regularly. So don't, again, miss that opportunity to get some good relationships with the people that are around you. Even if it's just a regular business, they need to know who you are and what you're doing. Many of us are operating schools too, that it's not like super evident unless you're paying attention that there's a school there, and so to kind of bring that to their mind. And then again, with our school, we chose Navigate because it works for us. And then we like the communication pieces and the training. You can do drills. All my drills are logged through there. And they have scenarios and stuff that we can do too, which is great. So just this year, we expanded to add ALICE training, which this is also, again, for our parents, our volunteers, and our staff. And then that panic button I told you about. And my husband, Rich, is retired law enforcement, and he is in charge of our security team at church, and they had sent him to become a certified ALICE trainer. And as we chatted, I said, wait, is that Navigate 360? And he said, yeah. And I said, oh, wait, we do that. And he said, oh, I'm a certified trainer now. So we have that, which has been wonderful for us. So we're going to institute that this year. And he's going to talk more about what that stands for. But before I turn this over to him, I just want to reiterate the importance of having a plan, and that is a written plan, your policies manual, and make sure that you are training and all of those aspects of your manual, and then you consider all those other pieces that I talked about. And I also encourage you just to have a balanced approach. Again, you want your students to feel safe, and you want them to want to come to school and not be fearful. I can think about growing up where, they feared we were going to get bombed, and so we would have bomb drills, and, that created a lot of fear. And so you're balancing it, right? You're trying to keep them all safe, but you're also not wanting them to be afraid to come to school. So consider that, consider your community, and if you have any questions, feel free to let me know. So I'm going to turn this over to my husband, Rich, now. Oh. It depends on if you're in a church. If your school is in a church, then you'll have some more options that you can do. And then you'll just have to decide if you're going to allow them to do that. Because there's still, again, there's that piece of whether you're going to permit them, and then what does that look like. But certainly if you're in a church and you're a Christian school, then you do have that as an option, the way that I read House Bill 259. I'm going to keep saying that. But yes. That's what we do. I mean, all of our security team are current or former law enforcement. They all have the training and all of that, and they definitely will carry. And then I have staff like my front desk person. Her husband is actually a sheriff's deputy, and she has her concealed carry, and so she's going to be our guinea pig staff member. But she's the first, she's right there. She's by a whole glass of doors that we've all decided, my husband's told me many times, is only going to stop them for like 3 seconds. They'll come right through that. And so we're gonna make sure that she has a lockbox, and that we have a whole plan for her. We have an application she has to fill out. She's already been background screened. So we're working through it. But you have to kind of decide, again, if you have a class, my husband and I have talked about this, you have a class, their first job as a teacher is to secure the students in their room. You don't necessarily, maybe you do, say, secure your students, lock the door, and then come out and engage with the shooter. You can decide to do that, but really what he said, which I thought was good, is their job is to secure the students, and if someone comes in the room, then he can react, or she can react, but not necessarily maybe going out and looking for it unless they're loose already. But again, that's a personal decision. It's the same dilemma that we always have when teachers will say, we're in a lockdown, and then all of a sudden Susie's knocking on the door, Mrs. Smith, let me in, and you think, is she by herself? Should I let her in? You look and you peek, and she looks like it's a moral dilemma. Like, do you let her in? Do you open the door and risk all the other students? Do you leave her out there? I can't answer that, It's not an easy thing to think through. I know he can. He's like, let him in. But you also have a gun. So there's that. Here you go.
Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, so I don't need this. Thank you. My name is Rich Davis. I am, just to create, maybe, do we have any law enforcement former? So I spent my career in special investigations. You cannot be in special investigations unless you're already on the SWAT team. So all of my entire career, all except for 2 years, was spent on SWAT. So we actually trained for these scenarios, because you take each scenario that happens and you learn or draw from them. And then you can take that information and train others to counter it. Make sense? Okay, and then you throw more problem solving into it and more problem solving into it. Okay, so what we've decided to do at Classical Christian Academy and also at our church is ALICE training. Now I'm going to touch on that here in just a second, but while I'm talking, you ADHD people can listen to me and read that. Okay, that way I don't have to go over it line by line. But the big thing to remember about this, ALICE is not linear, but it is a format that allows for customization. It also allows you to essentially go off script and still be safer. Okay? What I'm leading to is by it not being linear, you can do one before the other as the situation dictates. Okay? So you don't have to lock down before you inform. You can do both simultaneously sometimes, or you can evacuate, then inform. Because if you stay in place before evacuation, you lock down when you could have evacuated. As an example, at Classical Christian Academy, we have a side yard where we do archery and we do PE, we do all kinds of outside electives. Would you tell them to evacuate? They're already outside. They're already evacuated, correct? So they've already evacuated. They would just go to a meeting place with their teacher, correct? But while you're doing that, you could certainly inform, because what if you're outside and you do see the threat? Do you evacuate to your point, or do you go inside? So my point in bringing all this up is ALICE is scenario-based, and it is all in one place. Now, I need to tell you, I am not selling you ALICE. There are other programs out there. I am not a salesman. It is what we decided to do because it encompasses more of our needs and what we needed to do. But there are other programs out there. Look into them, okay? Doing something is better than nothing. And we've all encountered people like this that say, well, nothing is something. No, it is not. Not when it comes to your safety and your children's safety. You as educators have a duty to protect your students. Your administrators have a duty to protect your staff and your students. Okay? So understanding what ALICE is, alert is your first notification of danger. Okay? For me, I have to be careful how I say this, is different than what my wife's. And by the way, I'm the luckiest man alive. I am blessed that I am married to the most beautiful, inside and out woman there is in the world. She supports me in all my childish stupidity. Okay? I am one big kid, all right? But she is absolutely amazing, and she dove into this. But you can also tell there's some things that we generally don't communicate about. My employment or my former employment being retired, there's some things I just don't share anymore, okay? I said, well, yeah, we're doing ALICE at church. She said, why didn't I know that? Well, because I'm a horrible communicator. So, all right, so back to this. Enough with the jokes, because I know this is the end of the day and everybody wants to get out of here. Lockdown, okay? You guys can all read that. You also understand what lockdown is. However, there are different principles out there. I believe the Guardian program says, and I am going to poke a hole in it, is you gather all your children up into a corner and you keep them quiet. What happens if a bad guy comes through the door? Bullets don't just stop through one person, especially depending on the ammunition that they're using. I'm going to stop there and tell you, but we do not train our students that information, okay? We teach them first-time obedience, and we spread them out in the room. And then we let them run around if a subject enters, bad guy enters, because it's harder to miss a bunch of pinballs running around, or it's harder to hit. So much easier, moving targets, right? You talked about your 6-yard drill or your 3-yard drill, hip shooting, separate, 2 headshots, correct? It's not moving. If that was moving, much, much harder. So again, I will poke holes in some of this stuff, but it's only because of my background, okay? So we don't gather, okay? It's like it's fish in a barrel, and that is bad. Agreed? Mr. Sir, agreed? I mean, it makes perfect sense. We don't do that, okay? So that's just an example of how Alice is slightly different. But again, you can choose whatever program you want, and you can take elements from Alice and another program and make it your own. It is completely customizable, but do something. Do something. The next thing I will tell you is statistics tell us, and we've studied these statistics, that over 3/4 of the people who assault a soft target, a church, a school, have visited at least one time before. Over 50% of them will stage somewhere, whether that be in their car, on property, more commonly, bathrooms. So we have eyes on our bathrooms, both at our church and our school. Okay? For that reason, we're playing the numbers, we're playing the statistics. But we don't rely on them. We train around them as well. We just incorporate that information. Make sense? Does that mean it's time to go? I can quit? No. Oh. I want to touch on counter. Counter. We do not teach countering techniques. I'll read it for some who can't. As a last resort, create noise, movement, distance, distraction to reduce the shooter's ability to shoot accurately. We do not teach. Running around like pinballs does not constitute counter. Counter is an actual physical action or reaction to what the suspect or bad guy is doing. Okay? Make sense? Did I explain that right? All right. So we do not teach counter to anyone younger than high school. You would not want a bunch of your 4th and 5th graders jumping on a subject. Might be helpful if they're unarmed, probably not. Make sense? So again, reality-based, not what we see on TV, okay? Evacuate. When you can, if your classroom abuts to an outside wall and you can push a door and get outside, why wouldn't you? Well, one thing to consider. Evacuate's a big deal. Getting to safety, however, we always deal in the +1 rule. The +1 rule is if they have one gun, they may have two. If there's one person, there may be two. If there's two, there may be four. We call it multiplication, okay? So if the threat is not in their area after the alert and information have come out and you've locked down, but you may skip lockdown, you may go straight to evacuate, you're going to have to train through all of that with your staff. Make sense? You don't want to walk into, hey, this is how they standardly evacuate. Well, we know they're coming out the side doors. I'll just post up on the side doors. Okay? Now, something is better than nothing. Something improves your chances of not only just survival, but to reduce the amount of injuries. Okay, let's just call it fatalities. All right? All right? So again, using this model is what we use, and we train through those scenarios. The what ifs, the what ifs, the what ifs. And we deal with the fringe stuff because we play the statistics. The fringe stuff last. We incorporate that in last. Any questions so far? Have I covered it enough? Okay. Now again, I'm not a salesman for Alice. It's just a system that we chose to use just because it matches our model and our facilities much, much better. Okay. But you can also grow with this. Yes, sir.
You skipped the I.
Yes, sir. Inform.
What is the best way?
Are you sure I skipped it, or did I?
What is the best way to communicate between I see somebody from the office of security? I need to tell my teachers about it.
That's right.
Do I do that through a public address system?
That is all up to what system you have in place or what system you can afford to have in place. And it also, do you have a group text mess? Because everybody's got a computer in their pocket. That's my phone, by the way.
So well, I can just answer this question. Right. That's right. For a team.
You're doing me a favor.
Yeah, you're not done necessarily. So what we use with Navigate, there's an app, and so we can communicate like just admins or all staff, and I don't have to worry about like, do I have Susie's new cell phone number or whatever. It's like all in there, we're all on it. And again, law enforcement can tap in too. So that's the tool that we've used just because it's a lot easier for us. So for instance, there's also been this discussions about how I'm going to use his terms, bad guys will come into the building and they pull the fire alarm to flush everybody out. So one of the things with the Navigate app is there is a drill feature, and it clearly tells you on your app that it's a drill, or it will clearly tell you it's not. Or if nothing happens on your app, then you know that we didn't do it. And so again, it's just a tool but like you said, there's other ways of doing it, but definitely that is an important piece, because you want to be able to communicate and say, like when we do our drilling with our staff, we also will do like noises and stuff. And so the staff will say, I hear a noise outside room 252. Like they're communicating that. So then that way you're informed, so you know that where people are and what you need to do or how you. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Give me that back. No, I'm just glad I got to see you again. Yes, sir. Let me finish with this one real quick. Also, there are so many ways you can inform. You also have to understand that if you announce on a PA system, but again, I'm going to tell you that 75% and above people have visited your campus before. It may be a husband and wife going through a divorce. Well, John White is walking through the lobby. Well, it could be Mrs. White. You know what? Why would I discriminate? Mrs. White is walking through the lobby and she is armed. Lockdown, lockdown, lockdown. You may not want to do that, okay? It depends. You're going to have to work through all of that. But there are multiple ways you can communicate. And inform doesn't just mean inform your students and staff. It also means informing law enforcement. Because again, the average law enforcement response is going to be anywhere from just over 3 minutes to maybe 5 minutes to get there before they can get into the building and confront the subject. Which is why we're there, because we're going to do it right away. And the response is, like you said, because it came from the Sheriff Grady Judd's training, our job is to get their blood pressure to 0. They walk in like this, they go out like this. Okay? It's just how it's going to be. Okay? All right, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure. Yes, sir. They think all private schools are made of money. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It becomes almost like an old Nextel. Yes, sir. I miss my Nextel. I do. Yes, sir. Well, just to lend more credence to that, I support that. Who am I? But I support that because our church is looking into Zello for that reason. We're still going to use Alice in the Navigate 360 training and everything else. What you also need to understand, so yes, excellent and thank you. But Alice also documents everything, which reduces and limits your liability. And we're all about liability these days, right? Somebody's at fault, not the bad guy. Somebody's at fault. Okay? Yes, sir. No, that's Zell. Somebody selling a house? Yeah. It's, I believe it's, if I remember, it's Zello. Yeah, nice, nice, nice. Yes. We have it. I got it. I got it. Yes, ma'am. All of our law enforcement officers, and we have a lockbox on the outside.
That's not what I was going to say. Yeah. 30 years, people, 30 years. So we have a Knox box outside that has all that, which a lot of schools do have that. But we also have one door that has like a code. So in public schools, they have, I don't know if your law enforcement has it, but they all have keys. They like attach them to their person. If they know they need to respond, they can get in. So we have a door that has a code on it, and we created it's like 911, 911 or something, whatever it is. Don't come to my school now and come in. But that way, whoever is trying to come in can get into the building, even if the keys become an issue, if they can't get the Knox box or whatever. So I guess what I was going to say is have lots of ways. And it could even be that there's somebody who's works from home that will come with a key or whatever. Like have lots of different options, or they can just bust down the door, which is what they'll do. Yep. They'll come. They're coming in one way or another. It's just whether or not we're going to have to fix it afterwards.
That's right.
Thank you, sir.
No, thank you. See how lovely she is? Amazing. Who has it better than me? Nobody. Nobody. Any other questions? All right. Where are we going for lunch?
Wherever he's buying, that's where we're going, right? For those of you that weren't familiar with Knox Box, we're going to put a link on the website. Knox Box is a company that sells these very, very secure boxes. Every police department in the country has the key. And if you've got one, so like in my county, every public school, there's a specific sign for that school, and it's got a knock box on it. And every police department in the county has a key to that. When they get there, they're going to open those keys. So now the right people have keys to your building. And if they don't have a key to the building, if they can't get in, that big metal grate on the front of their vehicles, that's going to create the door that they're going to come in, because they're coming in. And the other note that I put in here was everybody's coming. So when you look at Nashville and these other places, and again, we're talking 3 to 5 minutes, in an active shooter situation, correct me if I'm wrong, the figure that I heard was every 15 seconds. Someone's dying in an active shooter situation. So if it takes them 3 minutes to get there, you've lost a dozen students, right? But when they come, they're all coming. So if you're in an area where you've got a sheriff's office, you obviously want them to come and tour your campus and give you ideas. But invite the sheriff's office also, because if there's a deputy sheriff who can get there faster than the police department, he's coming, right? That game warden is coming. If there's a U.S. Marshal in the area, he's on the way or she's on the way. If there's an FBI agent who happens to be in the neighborhood, they're on the way. Everybody is coming, and everybody's coming. I'm just telling you they're coming. And if you're in the way, they're going to go through you to get wherever they got to get to. One of the questions that has come, and again, if you're in a school that's in a church, you've got some legal protection here in Florida that not everybody has. If you're a standalone school, and I'm not a lawyer, we're not giving you legal advice, but if you're a standalone school and you're not sharing that property with the church, if you're not a school guardian, then or a G3, whatever those codes are, then you don't have those same legal protections. So one of the things I asked our master sergeant was, something happens and I'm on a school campus that's not part of a church, and something happens and we do what we have to do to protect our kids, what's going to happen? It says we're going to come up to you, we're going to take your weapon because that's going to be part of evidence, we're going to collect that, we're going to thank you for what you've done, and then we're going to arrest you. And then you get to work that out however that gets worked out, okay? So we talked, I want to make sure everybody understood what the knock box was. They were going to send some brochures, but they didn't get here in time for the workshop. So I want to show, we've talked about this. We've recorded all of these sessions. And what we're going to do is you'll get an email. It's going to take some time to take the videos, do the editing, and then we'll go on Rumble and so that they're shareable videos. The speakers that have done PowerPoints, they're supposed to send those to me. We'll load those up on the website. So, but it's not going to be a public web page. So if we go back and look at the 2021 workshop, which was virtual, again, we recorded all those sessions and we've posted those videos, right? Manual updates, So Andrew Panetta, stuff like that. So we've recorded all these sessions, and we're going to put them on that web page. You'll have access to that web page. It's a secret web page, but if you look closely at this web page that's up here, it's fccpsa.org/workshop2021.html. Can you guess what the website address is going to be for the 2023 website? Yeah. But Joe will send you, everybody that's paid for the workshop, you paid for this, we want you to have access to this information so you can go back and get it. We'll upload documents there, PowerPoints, those kinds of things, email addresses and links. So yeah, I know some have notes and that's great, but we want you to have access to this information so you can continue to learn and go back and refresh your mind, stuff like that. Don't forget about your surveys. We need your surveys. A few people have turned those in because we want to make sure we're doing this well. We're here to serve you, and we want to make sure that we're providing information that makes this worth your time. You've taken a day off from school, and you're here on a Saturday. If this isn't worth your time, then we haven't done our job, and we want to make sure it is. Anybody have any last questions before we all go home? We're done. Have a great day. Thanks for coming.